Mopac Auto Supply. We're going to be calling the cars in like 2 minutes. So get ready. We're starting with Outlaw. Outlaw followed by Motorcycle, then Sport Compact, then Domestic. So Outlaw, this is a standby call. Standby call for Motorcycle as well. Wait till we call Outlaw. Give it a few minutes before you make your way to the lanes on the motorcycle. If it's your first time racing at Mission Raceway Park, we encourage you to watch a video online. On YouTube, it's put on and presented by Titanium Auto Group. And it's Racing Friday Night Street Legals. And it takes you step by step from paying at the front gate, writing the number on the side of your car so we can see it from the tower, shows you how to go through tech. It shows you the staging procedure, shows you the tree, and shows you the exits at the far end of the racetrack. Far end of the racetrack, there are 3 exits, but all exits turn left. So if you're in the right lane, don't turn left until you know where the other vehicle is. So yield right away to the vehicle in the left lane. When you're exiting in the right lane, make sure you're clear to do so. If you're on a run and you hear any noises, feel the car do something funny, see smoke out the rear of the vehicle, or smell anything, get out of the groove, stop along the wall as quickly as you can. Minimize debris on the racetrack, which improves the response by our safety crew getting us back to racing. So if you have anything going wrong on your ride, just pull over, get out of the groove, check underneath, make sure there's no leaks before you proceed. And once it's clear, then you can continue. If you need assistance off the track, stay in your vehicle. Safety crew is watching every single run. Racing at the Friday Night Street Legals is an introduction to racing and the safest way to check out the performance in your brand new Corvette or any other hot rod. Tailgate party, you're looking good. We got a few extra people over there right now. I mentioned a while ago that we need you to pull your vehicle ahead of the yellow barrier. Don't put your wheels on the yellow barrier. It really blocks the view of people up track from seeing the start line. So please pull forward. If you have the tailgate in your pickup truck open and your feet are on the yellow curb, that's perfect. Try to keep the area between the yellow curb and the fence clear. It improves all the other spectators' experience below you or up track from you. Now, if you can't hear us very well, you can get us at 92.7. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Standby call for the following class after Outlaw. So Outlaw, yes, you've been called to the lanes. Outlaws are cars running on slicks. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Outlaw to the lanes. Want to remind everyone the speed limit at Mission Raceway Park is 10 kilometers an hour. Everywhere in the pits goes 10 kilometers an hour. That includes the return road, the spectator side of the racetrack, all the lanes between the different pit areas. Everywhere, it's 10 kilometers an hour, except for on the racetrack. On the racetrack, we encourage you to go much quicker than 10 kilometers an hour. You go as fast as tech has informed you you are allowed to go. Now, there are rules at the Friday Night Street Legals, just like any NHRA race. Your Class 5 driver's license enables you to go as fast as 10 seconds, but not below 10 seconds. Below 10, you need an NHRA license. "14 seconds or quicker, you need a helmet." And super cool, you can bring a passenger with you this evening. But your passenger has to be 16 years old and wearing a helmet. And you're limited to a 14-second elapsed time for the quarter-mile run. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Outlaw, you have been called to the lanes. Special treat for the race fans here tonight. The Vancouver Corvette Club is here. Typically on a Friday night, we have probably 10 Corvettes that are our very own. They're going to show up with at least 10 more tonight. So if you're a fan of Corvettes, this night's for you. Here we go, first Outlaw, a little Porsche. 9.46 at 149 miles an hour. That's a quick car. We're going to stick with quick car, running Outlaw. Attention in the pits. Not yet. Got a lot of Outlaws here tonight. I was about to call that next class, but the more Outlaws, the better. Eighth mile, 412 and 412. Side by side, 106 and 108 miles an hour. That was pretty cool. Top end, 841 and 834. 131 to 132. What a nice matchup. Great opportunity for a grudge match all night long. Heads up racing at the Friday Night Street Legals. No handicap racing. Both sides coming down at the same time. Pro Street Tree, 4/10 of a second. .88, 164 miles an hour for the Audi. 138.76 miles an hour at 10.17. For the RS3. Camino racing a Camaro. $126 for the Camaro, doing 11:10, catching the 1180 at 116 by the El Camino. Nice little Chevy too, Craig Coca. 1.9 to the, or 1.8 to 60 foot. Brian Kropp ran 11:08 with the V-dub, doing 124 miles an hour. Chevy 2 ran 111 miles an hour with a 12:30. 10-4. Motorcycle, you're called to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle, lane 6. Motorcycle, lane 6. And that puts the next class on standby. Attention in the pits, final call for Outlaw. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. Catch the next round. Motorcycle, you're called to lane 6. Jimmy Sousa in the white Corvette. I'll have to get him to park up front with the other Corvettes. 10.006 with a 5. 137.15 miles an hour. Bob Miller went 127 miles an hour with an 11.28 on the board. All-wheel drive Audi. Tower Lane. Let's see what the 60-foot looks like. .4 60-foot. That's a pretty cool car. It's moving. Wow, 957, 145.54 miles an hour. What a quick Audi. Tower Lane, or spectator side of the racetrack, was slowing down at the finish line. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle, you're called to lane 6. Motorcycle, you've been called to lane 6. Ross Walker, 2023 Corvette. Corvette Club, you want to go talk with Ross Walker. Ross Walker's been racing with us for almost ever. If you want to know anything about drag racing your Corvette, that's the guy you want to talk to right there. 11.29, 120 miles an hour for the 23 Corvette. The Dodge ran, well, it's having a hard run too. Attention in the pitch, Junior Street. That truck's having some issues. Wisely off the power at this point. 11.69 for the vehicle having a decent pass. Jeffrey Bellman's going to have to check out that truck, going a little squirrely. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, you're called to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you're called to the lanes 5 and 6. I just discovered we're running Junior Street this evening. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, Junior Street. You've been called to lanes 5 and 6. K20 turbo, it says, for the 73 VW Beetle. Went 1.4 to 60 foot. Decent launch. Little trouble finding second gear after that, but still went 1286 at 109. That's a quick Volkswagen. Now, I have noticed a few Volkswagen Beetles here this evening, so for that reason, we want to take Punch Buggy off the table for tonight. That's not fair. We're going to see him too often. That's going to hurt. So no Punch Buggy tonight. Slow car, just waiting for him to clear at the top end, and we are good to go. $13.34 for the Malibu. Attention in the pits, Junior Street. Your call to lanes 5 and 6, and motorcycle final call. If you're not there already, you're late for this round. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6, please. Eighth mile, 104 miles an hour at 6.76. Top end was a 1053 at 129 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 and 2. Sport Compact, you're called to lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits. Sport Compact, you've been called to lanes 1 and 2. So our final Outlaw. What a gorgeous car. 1.4 to 60 foot. Eighth mile, 6.17, 117 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers. Holy moly. 951 at top end, 149.85 miles an hour. Next up, motorcycle. Only 2 bikes right now, which is strange. I've never seen only 2 bikes before. But Paul's racing the Audi tonight, so he's not on a bike. That's 1 down, right? Huge fan of motorcycle. Luckily, my wife's not watching online because I like to say that I would race motorcycle if I was a racer. And that's cool. 1190, 119 miles an hour into Tower Lane. Spectator Lane, 113.58 on two wheels, doing 1274. Now, if you're having trouble getting along with your teenager, 13 to 17 years old, I understand. I had a little rocky ground there myself. But if you're having trouble getting along with your 13-year-old, here is an absolute way to fix it. It's called Junior Street Drag Racing Program. Similar to Junior Dragster, except these juniors at 13 years old are actually driving the family car. Their parent drives it through the pits. And then once they get to the water box, the parent jumps out, the kid jumps in the staging lanes and goes racing to the 8th mile. At the end of the racetrack, the parent jumps back into the driver's seat. But you and your kid sitting at the tailgate party right now, maybe you want to consider doing this over the winter. Get yourself a car, a pickup truck, something cool, and race it to the 8th mile next year and join the Junior Street Race Program. We run it on Friday nights to introduce it to you folks, but it runs in the typical bracket weekend. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact, you're called to lanes 1 and 2. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 and 2. Standby call for the class that runs after Sport Compact. Final Junior Street, Tyler Smith and Josephine Smith. Red light reaction time for Josephine. Taylor went 0.234 on reaction time. Shown on the reader board, Junior Street in the bracket weekend would position themselves in the finals based on reaction time. So far, Taylor, #1 qualifier. Now, on the side of the Audi, Paul Sadar puts the number 88 Sport Compact. If you're sitting here first night racing, that's how big and bold and beautiful we need the numbers to be on the side of the vehicle so they can be read clearly from the tower, even when it gets a little bit darker. So please make the numbers on the side of your vehicle very legible. The red car in the water box right now, that's hard to read right now. Imagine a little later. So somebody could lend the red car a paint pen, that would be awesome. The 723 Sport Compact, that's pretty good. So Paul went 1.9 to 60 foot, and at the 8th mile was going 752 for ET, 100 and, ooh, that was 1,000. So he was going he was doing 97 miles an hour at the 8th. And 11:45 at the top end. Attention in the pits, final call. Sport Compact lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, domestic class, lanes 3 and 4, domestic class, Corvette Club. All you folks, 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4, domestic class. Attention in the pits, domestic class. And all them Corvettes, we're calling you to lanes 3 and 4. 10:08 gets there ahead of the 10:98. Spectator side of the racetrack gets the win light. Tower Lane lights up the green light with an 1189 at 115 miles per hour. Trevor went 1815. Now, if you go 100 miles per hour tonight, we have a sticker in the tower for you that says 100 mile per hour club. And then over the next 20 years or so, you could get yourself a 200 mile an hour sticker, or join the Forest Race team and get yourself a 300 mile an hour sticker. But a 100 mile an hour sticker available at the Friday Night Street Legals, and we also have a street legal decal which shows your elapsed time, whether you're a 12-second, 11-second, 10-second, 13-second, or 14-second car. We have a sticker for you representing your ET as well. So if you go 100 miles an hour tonight, come and see us in the second floor of the timing tower for your 100 mile per hour club sticker. I would expect almost every Corvette to leave here tonight with that decal. Tailgate party, you guys are looking good. I've mentioned a couple times tonight if you could pull ahead of the yellow curb so that when you open your tailgate, your feet are sitting on the yellow curb. If you pull ahead like that, you're not blocking the view of people further up track. That would be great. Dallas Nassy's going to get there first. The little Honda from 2000 ran a 1332 at 104.90 miles per hour. That's pretty quick. 100 miles an hour is not easy. It looks easy when most of the cars are doing it, but it's only $50 to register your family car here tonight. We're not at a full car count yet, so if you'd like to spend the extra $40 and go racing instead, that would be cool. For everybody watching us online from home, thanks for hanging out with us. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe to Lordco TV. We have one more Friday Night Street Legal coming in October, October 3rd, the last one of the season. Next weekend, Farmer Memorial Mission Finals, the final race of the year next weekend. Starts on Friday for Test and Tune, and runs through the weekend. Darian struggling a little bit on the start line. That's okay. First attempt, probably. Look forward to improvements as we go through the night. First pair, domestic in the water box. Attention in the pits, domestic class. You've been called to the lanes. If you're racing, domestic class, you're called to the lanes, 3 and 4. $14.25 and a 1768. First pair in domestic. An 09 Challenger and a 2017 Camaro. Great opportunity for a grudge match. Who do you think's going to get there first? A little bit of wheel spin out of the Camaro. But inches ahead at the finish line with a 12:22, 117 miles an hour. Racing in a modern car. All right, folks watching from home, great opportunity for a grudge match. Pair of brand new Corvettes, never raced at Mission Raceway before. Which one did you choose? Hope it's the one on the spectator side of the racetrack. Seems to got a jump on him. Half a second quicker in reaction time. That made up the difference. 11:76 to a 12:21. Now, the elapsed time does not include the reaction time. So that's the time the car ran from the start line to the finish line. The reaction time is separate. That's a gorgeous white pickup truck. The other one's nice too, but that white one's beautiful. 12:55 for the winning pickup truck into Tower Lane. 12:89 for the white pickup truck doing 109 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, domestic class. You have been called to the lanes. '85 Regal Buick. Kai runs 12:06, 111 miles per hour. Spectator side of the racetrack was 87 miles an hour at 15.80. Sean Bain's Mustang taking on a gorgeous Corvette on pit side here, which ran at 1171 at 112. Nice car. 1243 for the Mustang, 113 miles an hour. Richard Trimble goes 1240 in the Corvette at 113 miles an hour on the spectator's side of the racetrack. Tower Lane was slowing down across the finish line. Ran 15.48. Wind light, 14.83, 91 miles an hour, 91.58 exactly, 91 miles an hour. Spectator side of the racetrack running 15.48. Clean little Blazer ran 12:09, 111 miles an hour. Spectator side of the racetrack, 88.48 at 15.3. Probably the most popular platform, this little S10 pickup truck, Tower Lane. 105.96 miles an hour with a 12.55 elapsed time. The Corvette ran a winning 11.79 at 126.23. Well, the Ranchero Tower Lane tailgate open. Trying to see if it'll improve his airflow aerodynamics. Well, watch Mythbusters. They do an episode related to that. All right, a little Dodge Chevy matchup. Lots of spin going on for the white pickup. Well, we might be chasing them down at the finish, though. No, almost. 13:55 with the win. 13:29 was quicker. Reaction time was the big difference, so the Ram got a whole shot win. Another beautiful Corvette, Tower Lane. 1265 on the spectator side of the racetrack, doing 116 miles an hour. Tower Lane, 1199 for that gorgeous Corvette, doing 114 miles an hour. Beautiful RT Dodge. Old Charger. That is gorgeous. Definitely what separates us from all the other car shows. You can go look at all those beautiful hot rods, but we run them here at Mission Raceway at the Mopac Performance Friday Night Street Legals. .00, 101 miles per hour. What a beautiful car. 1633. Attention in the pits, Outlaw. You're called to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, Outlaw. Lanes 1 and 2. Don't panic. I didn't say in-laws. I said outlaws. Outlaws, lanes 1 and 2. That was a quick pass. 1248, 111 miles an hour for the 67 Fairlane. Tower Lane was 17 seconds. The old Fargo giving us a lesson on weight to horsepower. Well, it's moving lots of air, that's for sure. 1344, 108 miles an hour for the big Fargo. That's pretty cool. Attention in the pits, Outlaw. You've been called to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, you're called to lanes 1 and 2. That puts the next class on standby. And Shannon's in the house. Finally. Well, if you're like me and you love Corvettes, what a fun night at Mission Raceway. Woo! A big, beautiful blue one at the start line now in '08. A C8, rather. I actually got a chance to go for a ride in one recently. That was cool. It was a Stingray. I thought I might see said Stingray here racing tonight, but I haven't yet. 12:09 for the C8. 115 miles an hour. Slow lane. Slow one in the other lane. Just in case you missed it, yes, Outlaw, you have been called to the lanes. Outlaw to the lanes. Tailgate party, you're looking great over there tonight. Definitely my second favorite seat. My first favorite's up here, of course, but when I'm not in the tower, I'm hanging out with you guys. Pretty cool. You can catch us on the FM in your vehicle radio as well if you want to hear clear audio of the announcer. That's at 92.7. And tailgate party right now, we have a bunch of Outlaw cars lining up behind the tower, and they're filling the first two lanes. So lots of cool cars and trucks coming your way in just a couple of minutes. Start line crew doing a little bit of track prep ahead of Outlaw as we watch the final domestic pair head up track with a posted speed of 109 and 106 with ETs of 1273 and 1321 on the spectator side. Now, if you're on the spectator side of the racetrack, absolutely free to come across the Lordco Bridge and hang out with us on the pit side of the racetrack. Check out all these cool Corvettes. We've probably got more than 20 Corvettes in the pits tonight. Barry and Shelley are here at BS Coffee underneath the bleachers with the mini donuts. The concession stand is open. The pro shop is open. And I ask a huge favor of all race fans here at the Friday Night Street Legals when we're on a little break like this, prepping the track. Take an opportunity to read all the signage at the racetrack. Those are current sponsors. Those are not old signs we've left up from years gone past. These are current sponsors, people helping us keep the track alive. And Mr. Lube & Tires actually sponsored this year letting Mission residents in for free. They pay for it. They're the quick lube, Mr. Lube & Tires, right across from Rocco's Diner. They also sell tires, and it's not too early to consider winter tires and beat the crowd. So visit Mr. Lube & Tires, get your winter service completed, take a look at their tire selection, and make sure you mention you heard about them here at Mission Raceway Park and you appreciate their support of Mission Raceway Park. And if you live in Mission, go racing for free, watching as a spectator, well, that's where you're going to go for your next oil change. Earlier this week, I had to go pick up a tarp. Where am I going to go for a tarp? Well, I'm going to go to Factory Direct Tools where they have an entire room of tarps. So when I picked up the tarp, and they got really good parking out back as well. But when I picked up my tarp, I was leaving, and I was walking around the store and looking, and the lady says, anything else? I said, I'm just overwhelmed with everything in this store. It's got everything, factory direct tools. I seen prices on tools that just blew my mind. So if you're building your tool selection for work or for school or for a new job, make sure you stop by Factory Direct Tools. They make custom t-shirts, custom stickers, posters, parking signs. A lot of the signs you see here at Mission Raceway Park were produced there. So a big shout out to Factory Direct Tools, and their sign's located right between the decal and the Trailblazer sign on the other side of the racetrack. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to read all the signs here at Mission Raceway Park and for hanging out with us in the first place. And we're back to racing in just a couple of minutes. Outlaw are lining up full 2 lanes right now. pair of outlaws in the water box. Tailgate party, here they come. Gibson's Racing Transmission Mustang, Tower Lane. Dorian in the Silent 11. Jason's 60-foot was 1.45. Eighth mile was 107 miles an hour with a 641. At the top end was a 1010, 131 miles an hour. 140 miles an hour for Silent 11, doing 9.95 seconds. Reaction time leaving a little bit to be desired. '18 Audi RS3. Tony Brand with a wheel stand from the '73 Nova. That was cool. 891, 163.4 miles an hour for the Audi. That is moving. 1252 for the Nova at 86 miles an hour, but he was doing 80 at the 8th. So probably gathering information on the 8th mile, where he was doing 79.76 with a 694. Auto added group points, 1158 for Mike Ledger, 116 miles an hour. With the 67, the 18 V-Dub was doing 124 at 1113. Here's a good grudge match. 2018 Dodge and a 22 Camaro. Well, a half a second advantage at the start line for the Camaro, but that 18 Dodge was booking, doing 10:06, 136 miles an hour across the finish line. The Camaro was 11:14 at 125.56. Another cool matchup, Dodge taking on the bow tie. Mike Stewart. Mike Stewart, 123 at 1,000 foot, 133 at the finish line at 9.99. Eighth mile was a 634 at 108. The Dodge ran 11:51, slowing down across the finish line at 83, but at the eighth mile was doing 104 miles an hour with a 6.74. Now we talk often about the eighth mile. The eighth mile is basically at the end of the bleachers where you see the two cones right there. And the eighth mile, many classes run eighth mile. A lot of the quick door cars, junior street, junior dragster, outlaw classes. Eighth mile is a pretty popular marker, and that's why we watch it so hard here on the Friday nights. A lot of these bracket racers you see tonight, or a lot of the racers you see tonight are bracket racers just racing with us on a Friday night to gather more data for their cars. Beautiful white Corvette. Eighth mile was 105 miles an hour with a 648. Finish line, 127 miles an hour with a 10.15 elapsed time. We are currently running Outlaw class. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, lane 6. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, lane 6. .28 for AJ Sandu. 112 miles an hour for the Challenger. Tower Lane, 118.33 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 11:83. Beautiful Roush Mustang, Tower Lane. From 2014, Aaron Ray. A 1061 over there on the spectator side of the racetrack. That was 122 miles an hour blowing by you. 129 miles an hour in the Tower Lane with an elapsed time of 11:07. Attention in the pits, Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you've been called to lanes 5 and 6. Final call for motorcycle. Ross Walker, red light reaction time. That's pretty uncommon on a Friday night. He's buckling down. 11:30 with that Corvette, doing 119 miles an hour across the finish line. 130 miles an hour, Tower Lane, with an elapsed time of 10:37. Well, if you're hanging out at the Friday Night Street Legals tonight on a first date, well, that's pretty cool. This is a great place to go for a date. You see all the families, all the people having fun. No drunks. It is an awesome place to hang out. Lots and lots of cool families that hang out here. The person that brought you to the Friday Night Street Legals on a date, that person is an absolute keeper. Absolute keeper. Thanks for hanging out with us here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Hopefully sitting on the spectator side of the racetrack in the bed that never needs to be made. Back of the pickup truck with the romantic glow of the cargo light. It's a pretty cool spot to hang out. Welcome to Mission Raceway. Yeah, so the black Mustang in the staging lanes, it's your turn to actually pull forward and go racing. I see him running towards you, Pat. All right, just a couple more Outlaws coming your way at the tailgate party. 11:02 and 12:14, 123 miles an hour, Tower Lane, Spectator Lane, 115.27. That's cool. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, final call to the lanes. And Junior Street, you've been called to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street are kids 13 to 17 years old racing with their parent in the passenger seat. Now, when I grew up in Alberta, you can get your learner's license at 14. But man, if somebody was said, you get straight A's in school and I'll let you go drag racing when I was 13, I would have had straight A's, man. No problem. So if you're having a little struggle convincing your kid to cooperate, maybe you guys build a race car over the winter. Or fix up mom's Camaro. or her K car. It won't matter. Nice looking car. Rash Dollarwall. 2023 6.2 liter Hemi. 8th mile, 117 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers. Doing a 6:15. That's pretty awesome. 9:48 at 149.7 at the finish line. Yeehaw. Oh, motorcycle, you're lucky. Pat just said you get one more chance at it. So, motorcycle, final call. Absolutely, the lowest count of motorcycle I've seen all year long. They must be having a party without me somewhere. 1180, 121 miles an hour for the bike Tower Lane. 113 miles an hour with a 1594 for Isaac over there on the spectator side of the racetrack. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact, your turn to go racing. Lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, Sport Compact. Sport Compact, you're called to lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Final bike, Tower Lane. Not an extended swing arm, not a drag racing purpose-built motorcycle, so 60 foot was only 2.07. Finish line, the quarter mile was 11.76 at 121 miles an hour in a quarter mile. That's pretty cool. Up next, Junior Street. Now, Junior Street's going to be running to the 8th mile, right to the end of the bleachers. That's the finish line. So if you're wondering how late we're going to race tonight, well, that all depends on the dew point. It's a little late in the summer, so it's probably going to be the dew point that ends us a little bit early tonight. So just keep an eye on the roof of your vehicle as the night progresses. When you start to see a little moisture building on your roof, we're getting really, really close to calling it. We do have some heat in the track, so that buys us a bit of time. But safety is always our first concern. Beautiful looking little Blazer from 1996. It actually says it's still the 4.3 V6. JBS Equipment and Grandpa, Jackson Dew. And cash from Chase, BC. goes 9.95 to the 8th mile at 70 miles an hour, and 62.77 miles an hour at 10.95 for Jackson. Reaction time, neither of them beats the previous best reaction time of 0.02, which still remains our #1 qualifier. I mean, if we were bracket racing. But we will be bracket racing tomorrow night. Big, big race here tomorrow night. The Sunset Showdown, #5. A lot of real fast cars. Come hang out with us tomorrow evening here at Mission Raceway Park. That was a very close race. 80.57 miles an hour to 80.37 miles an hour. 1679 beating a 1681. That was cool. Now we are running Sport Compact. Attention in the pits, final call, Sport Compact, final call. You should be in the lanes. .55 for the wind light, 132.43 miles an hour at the finish line. Man, that is moving. Pretty cool. 114 miles an hour tower side of the racetrack, doing 11.69 for ET. So a little introduction to drag racing here at the Friday Night Street Legals. The cars spin their tires in water in the water box. There's nothing funny in that water, just water. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you've been called to the lanes, all 4 lanes, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes. Sam Wood, 60-foot, 1.56 with the Volkswagen Beetle. 8th mile, 6.91 at 99.96 miles an hour. And at the finish line, a 10.82, 125.63 miles per hour. That's a cool Volkswagen. Spectator side of the racetrack gets the 100-mile-per-hour sticker with a pass of 100.6, an ET of 1367. Attention in the pits, domestic class. You've been called to the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that includes the Corvette Club. All cars not running on slicks. And look at all the Corvettes. This is going to be a good round of domestic coming your way. Very cool. 1098 was the quickest pass out of that pair, doing 134 miles an hour on the spectator side of the racetrack. Attention in the pits, domestic class. You're called to the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Just going to take this opportunity to remind everybody the speed limit everywhere at Mission Raceway Park, only 10 kilometers an hour, please. And that includes the return road. Nice and slow. A lot of spectators walking around in the pits, maybe not paying attention as good as they should be. So when you're moving your race car from the pits to the staging lanes, be very careful. Maintain 10 kilometers an hour. Keep your foot over the brake. And as a spectator walking around here at Mission Raceway Park, please be aware that traffic is constantly moving as the cars move from the staging lanes from their pit. So be very, very careful while you're walking around. Pay attention. Hold your kids' hands as you're walking around. Keep them safe. And if you have your pet here tonight, please keep your pet on a leash. Safety first, always. $12.58, 111 miles an hour, turns on the wind light, 1308 at 99.29. $10.87 was the elapsed time of the quicker vehicle, doing 132 miles an hour for the Nissan. The Honda from 2000 ran 111 miles an hour at 13.12. That was it for Sport. Nope. This is it for Sport Compact. Well, 131 miles an hour, 10:49 was the elapsed time, and it didn't seem like it was a really easy drive either. He was having to hold on to that thing all the way down the racetrack. So road course guys say, you guys driving in a straight line, it's super easy, but you watch those cars as they go up track, it's a handful at that kind of speed. Nice sounding Corvette, 125 miles an hour at 1168. The Camaro, 113.67 miles an hour at 12.39. Nice matchup, full size, taking on the little S10 pickup truck. Full size with the wind light, 1246 for Jason. 110 miles an hour, 95.48 miles per hour for the S10, doing 14.49. pair of Corvettes, a white one and a black one. So you and the kids, who's going to win? Grudge match, top time. Who's going to get there first, kids? The black one or the white one? Richard Trimble gets there first, 12:51, 114 miles an hour. 13:16 Tower Lane, 113.18 miles per hour. Now we got a blue oval and a bow tie heads-up drag race at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac. Mustang or Camaro, who's going to get the win? Oh, Mustang's got a passenger. So Camaro's free to take him on. 12.26, 117 for the Camaro. A 15.26 as that car was limited to a 14-second pass with the passenger. Played it safe, ran 15. That's the way we like to see it played. Now, just like any other sporting event that you ever go to, you have to keep your eyes on the ball. Keep your eyes on the puck. Watch the race cars as they go up track, because there could be an incident on track that might throw a projectile out. An example, we were walking through the spectator side of the racetrack one time, and a blow-off panel from one of the really fast alcohol cars frisbeed over the grandstands and landed in the middle of the spectator parking lot. So when you're at any sporting event, always keep your eyes on the action at all times. Buick Regal, Tower Lane. Todman with the 77 Camaro. No helmet on the spectator side of the racetrack. Pretty well running stock, I gather, with a 15-second run at 91 miles an hour. The Regal was 12:06 at 111 miles an hour. Here's that matchup with the two red Corvettes once again. Both red. Tower lanes from 23, spectator size from 24. What a cool matchup. Man, that is nice. 117 miles an hour, both sides of the racetrack. 1185 gets the win over the 1202. Sure great seeing the Corvette Club here tonight. And as a race fan and you're walking around tonight, please take the time to tell these racers how proud you are of them for racing on the track and not racing on the street. To own a beautiful Corvette like that and never get the chance to put the hammer down and see how fast it goes, well, that's not right. We want you to drive it fast. We want you to drive it fast, real fast at the Friday Night Street Legals. The road course at the top of the racetrack also has a street legal racing series as well. So if you'd rather go around and around on the track than straight back and forth on the drag strip, both of those are available for you to keep you from racing on the streets. If you have a fast car and you race at Mission Raceway Park, we are so proud of you. A lot of us working at the track, that's part of why we do it. A lot of the sponsors, that's part of why they do it. Mopac Auto Supply, the title sponsor of the Friday Night Street Legals for as long as I've been around. And when you go into their shop on 200, just off of 200 Street in Langley, and check out all the cool stuff, you got to wonder, wow, you're building all these fast cars, and their motto is build it fast for the track and never, ever race on the street. So we're real proud of all the efforts that makes the Friday Night Street Legals a reality. And we do ask a favor for all race fans, all racers, when you leave the facility later tonight, prove that you get the message about racing on the track and not racing on the street by leaving quietly, courteously, not racing away from the racetrack. Last Friday night, street legals, there was actually an accident in front of the racetrack over by the mall. There was a couple of race cars involved, one with a vintage race car, which really broke my heart. So I'm not certain what happened over there, but please leave courteously and quietly and don't race on the streets. That's the whole point of the Friday night street legals. So show some respect to our neighbors and to all the people putting in the effort at Mission Raceway Park to leave quietly at the end of the night. Spectator lane gets the win light easily at 12:81. Beating on a 17:23. Now you're racing in style with the Cadillac. Well, the Cadillac was 0.4 of a second quicker in reaction time. That's enough to sustain a win. Well, he had a faster car too, 11.94 at 126 miles an hour for the Cadillac. Racing in style for sure. 117 at 12.63 on the spectator side of the track. Pair of Chevys. Well, a little S10 managed to catch him at the top end, but before that moment, Whitelock had all of the advantages. Better reaction time, better 60-foot, ahead at the 8th, and then right at the finish line, the S10 pulls ahead. Gets a 12.68 to a 13.14. Little grudge match between a Dodge and a Mustang. Dodge, dodge, dodge all the way up from reaction time, 60-foot, 8th mile, finish line 13:07, beating a 15:47. The Dodge was doing 110.05. So what's your favorite Corvette tonight? Lots to choose from. The green one in the water box is kind of a unique color. That's gorgeous. That's a beautiful blue on the spectator side of the racetrack. I used to like the yellow ones, but there's a story involved. I'm not a fan of those anymore. 11.78, 125 miles an hour for the yellow one. Harry Witter, the 06 Corvette doing 125 miles an hour. Spectator side was a 1241, 114. John Gibson out of White Rock with a 2024 Corvette, Tower Lane. Eighth mile was a 7:45 at 93 miles an hour to finish line 11.66, 116.28. Spectator side of the racetrack was 12:59 at 113.12. We're going to need cars pretty soon, I would guess. No. That's about it. Yeah, I guess I need a coffee. That would be Outlaw, yeah.
I'm kind of stuck right now. I can talk for it.
'Well, if we were having a show and shine here tonight, I would have to give that RT Dodge down there a pretty high marks. What a beautiful car. Out of Alderbridge from 1970. Dean Bicknell. And Shannon giving a little advice to a new driver, positioning them on the starting line in the actual spot they need to be. Now, if you're racing for the first time, when you put the number on your windshield, if you include an N, that would indicate you're a new racer, and Shannon will help you at the start line like she's part of your crew. $13.98 for the big Dodge, $13.65 for the Chevy on the spectator side of the track. $12.13 Tower Lane, $12.68 spectator side of the racetrack. Rear tire's just spinning on that pickup truck, right all the way to 60 foot. $14.93 for Dustin. At $16.63 at 93 for the big pickup truck. 67 Plymouth goes 12.39. 114 miles an hour, spectator side. This side of the racetrack was 17.24. Pair of big old pickup trucks. Little Dodge and Chevy. And there they go, proving you don't have to be super fast on a Friday night street legals to have fun. Pair of pickup trucks, grudge matching from the start. The Chevy gets a win light of 1403 to a 1455. Just good fun on a Friday night. So our final run in domestic's going to be a single. Then we're going to do a bunch of track prep ahead of Outlaw class. So standby call going out to Outlaw. We're going to be giving you a call in just a couple of moments. We're just going to be doing a bunch of track prep first. Well, that was a short moment. You got it, Pat. Pat looking for Outlaw at the lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits. Outlaw class. The quick cars running on slicks have been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw to the lanes 1 and 2. It's about 5 minutes away from racing. As we do a little bit of track prep ahead of the quick cars. Gives you a chance to just stand up, stretch your legs, read all the signage here at Mission Raceway Park. And if you notice, the big realty sign, Remax, there is no better place to live than Mission. With the Fraser River, Sasquatch Mountain, Harrison Lake, Stave Lake, Hayward Lake, all within just a short commute from here. Just the most beautiful place to live. With 4 lanes into Abbotsford and now 4 lanes into Maple Ridge. And a train that rides right from Mission, where this is the last stop. So when you get on, you get absolute selection of seat. With 4 trains running into downtown Vancouver, you can commute from Mission without effort. It's a great place to live. So make sure to get a hold of Remax Realty with more than 17 teams locally to help you find exactly what you need. Huge development going on here in Mission, including a brand new industrial area. So set up your shop, buy yourself a big new home out in Mission, the most affordable real estate in the whole Fraser Valley. And an NHRA drag strip in your backyard. Pretty cool. So thanks for hanging out with us at Friday Night Street Legals. Outlaw have been called to the lanes. Outlaw to the lanes, standby call for motorcycle. The very limited class of motorcycle tonight, which is very strange. But Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Standby call for the classes following behind. The final little steps at the start line going underway right now for Outlaw class. Lined up full 2 lanes of real quick cars behind the tower. So tailgate party, get ready. We're like 3 minutes away. All right, here we go. "60-foot was 1.47, 8th mile 129.35 miles an hour with a 5.76 ET. Finish line was 879 for the Audi at 161. Spectator side of the racetrack was a 1272. "2018 VW All Track." Sounds pretty good. "8th mile was 710 for the VW. The Camaro was a 9.3 or a 7.20. Finish line was 125 miles an hour for the Camaro, 123 for the VW, doing 1109. Which was quicker than the 1114 by the Camaro. Reaction time gave the Camaro a whole shot win. Jason Gibson with the Mustang. And the 68 Dodge, Keith. Jason's 60-foot was 1.44, 8th mile, 106 miles an hour. With a 643. Finish line was a 1014, 131.08 miles an hour. Keith was 78 miles an hour at 12.45. 8th mile for Keith, though, 102 miles an hour with a 740. Well, that Dodge sounds good, don't it? 138.67 miles an hour. Wow. 10.0029 at the finish line. That's quick. 114 miles an hour for the 67. Spectator side of the racetrack doing 11.90 ET. Beautiful Challenger. AJ Sandu, spectator side of the racetrack. 392 shaker hood. Gorgeous car. 2024 pickup? No, that's not a 24. 1276 at 111. And the pickup truck goes 1115 at 127.12 miles an hour. The 8th mile for the pickup truck was a 730 at 101.53. $11.50 for the Chevy 2. Spectator side of the racetrack. Tower Lane won 107.53 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 11.91. That beautiful Roush Mustang racing that gorgeous 25 Corvette E-Ray. Motorcycle lane 6. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle lane 6. Motorcycle lane 6. Final call for Outlaw. If you're not in the lanes, you got one quick chance to get there. 1065, 125.80 miles an hour for the E-Ray. What a cool car. The 8th mile was a 679 at 103 for the E-Ray. The Mustang, 127.26 across the finish line with a booming 11.66. Ross Walker, Tower Lane, 23 Corvette. Preston Chevy. Mike Stewart out of Langley. Spectator side of the racetrack. Going 132.31 at 10.03. Mike's 8th mile was a 636 at 108. Ross Walker's Corvette crossed the finish line with an 1126 at 120.32 miles per hour. A 981 at 137 miles an hour for the Audi. You bet. So, final call for motorcycle. Attention in the pits. Final call for motorcycle. 1034, 128 miles an hour. Tower Lane. Cool. Attention in the pits. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, you're called to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you've been called to the lanes 5 and 6. Will's Mechanical, Tower Lane. The last 10 pickup truck, spectator side. Will's Mechanical, 1048, 129 miles an hour across the finish line. Little S10 was going 1189 for elapsed time with a speed of 114 miles an hour. Really cool hot rod, Tower Lane coming your way, an old pickup from 1949. Wheels off the ground for the Mustang. And it was pulling him towards the wall. He's having a little bit of a trouble pass with that Mustang. The hot rod, Tower Lane went 1042 128.76. Mustang Treble Pass. Gorgeous paint job on the red Nova Tower Lane. Quite a race, top end, 123 miles an hour for the win light at 10.98. 10.95 was a quicker elapsed time, but reaction time, definitely Tower Lane. Attention in the pits. Final call for motorcycle. Junior Street, you've been called to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Corvette ran 1024, 131.54 miles per hour.
Those would be 3 singles, correct?
Gorgeous Hellcat, Rash Dolliwall out of Langley, 2023. 6.2 liter Hemi. Sixty foot of 1.42. Eighth mile, 117 miles an hour at 6.03. At the finish line, 9.36 at 146.68 miles an hour. Final Outlaw, single pass, spectator side of the racetrack. Big tire S10. Well, start line crew just doing a little extra prep ahead of the motorcycle. What a beautiful Friday night. Hard to believe we're in the middle of September. Sun shining on the Lordco side. That's pretty cool. If you're watching from home, make sure you like and subscribe on the Lordco TV. Wish you were here tonight. We are racing tomorrow night for the Sunset Series. That's going to be real fast and real fun. Maybe you can make that night. And we are doing another Friday Night Street Legals, the last one of the year, and that's coming up on October the 3rd. Next weekend, Farmer Memorial Mission Finals. Big bracket weekend here next weekend. You can camp out on the spectator side of the racetrack and spend the entire weekend if you like. Well, thanks for your patience, everybody. Back to racing with motorcycle. And Junior Street, you should be in the staging lanes already. $11.91, 121 miles an hour for Adrian. And Isaac ran 115 miles an hour, 12:41 with the 97 GSXR. Martin Miller on the licensing pass with Pamela. .96, 154.85 across the finish. Non-extended swing arm on Casey's bike, but this thing is super quick. 2020 Harley lowrider. Last pass was 120 at the finish line. This thing's moving. 120.84. Wow, 11.68 seconds. Fast motorcycle. That was it for motorcycle. Oh, one more. And this next motorcycle, Tailgate Party, get ready. This thing is fast. Record-setting bike. Steve Abusini out of Port Coquitlam, BC, with a CBR 1100. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, you heard me right. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. 1 through 4. Final motorcycle. Get ready, tailgate party. This one is quick. Tower lane. Real quick. Full throttle rev limiter. Let her go. Woo-wee. 7.74 seconds at 177.37 miles an hour. At the end of the bleachers, that motorcycle at the end of the bleachers was already doing 146 miles an hour. The elapsed time for the bike was 5.02 at the 8th mile, 7.74 at the finish line. Wow, that's cool. That's Sport Compact. So Junior Street, this class, running to the 8th mile. Spectator Lane was first with a 1062. But remember, this is heads-up racing at the Friday Night Street Legals. If we were actually bracket racing with Junior Streets, they would be laddered according to reaction time, and then the handicap would be taken out on the start line in order to have both vehicles side by side at the finish line. So you wouldn't see these large discrepancies like the 985 to the 1094. In bracket racing, the handicap is taken out at the start line. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact, you have been called to the lanes 1 through 4. Red light reaction time for Jenna. Cash went 9.91 for the win light at 70 miles an hour. Pair of pickup trucks in Junior Street.
I think we're okay.
Taryn Monroe and Taylor Smith. Red light reaction time for Spectator Lane. And at the 1,000 foot, a 1402 to a 1407. All right, here we go. Sport Compact class. Little Volkswagen. $10.65 for the Volkswagen, 128.64 miles an hour. That's a quick Volkswagen Bug. That's pretty cool. The 8th mile was a 683 at 101. 1226 turns on the wind light, 113 miles an hour. 1369 for Marcel at 111, Tower Lane.
It'll go here. But if you want to go back, tap will go here. Shift tap. Oh, that's two keys.
Attention in the pits. Final call for Sport Compact. Final call. 1290 for the wind light. 1272 is quicker. Reaction time. Whole shot win.
No, it was.
1368, 100 miles an hour for the win. Well, Tower Lane running away with this one. 1176 at 121 miles an hour, 99.65 miles an hour. Spectator side of the racetrack doing a lapse time of 14.65.
Even if it has to be put in. So if there's no info there, it's not usually an issue.
1370, spectator side of the racetrack turns on the little green light, 105 miles an hour. Well, at Mission Raceway Park, right around this time every Friday night, I want to take an opportunity to welcome the veterans to Mission Raceway Park and thank you for your service. It means a lot to us, especially in these hard times. My niece recently deployed is top of my mind. So if you have somebody that's been deployed recently, I'm thinking about you and all your thoughts and prayers going out to them. And if you are overseas listening to us online right now, well, thanks, and we appreciate your service. Thank you for your service. All veterans here at Mission Raceway Park, always, always glad to see you hanging out with us here on a Friday night. And race fans, whenever you see a veteran decal, a tag, a plate, make sure you take just a moment to thank that veteran for their service. The freedom of just hanging out on a Friday night is because of them. .1230, Tower Lane, 112 miles an hour, turning on the wind light. So racers, listen up. Everybody racing here at Mission Raceway Park, this is a message for you. Apparently, I need to remind everybody about the 10-kilometer-an-hour speed limit, especially in the pit area. There are people walking around, so please don't be popping your clutch and racing down to the staging lanes. Don't be racing around. Take it seriously. There are spectators walking around that just have no clue about a racetrack. They're here for the very first time. So all racers, everybody driving anything in the pit area or anywhere at Mission Raceway Park, please remember, 10 kilometers an hour. If you take your foot off the brake in an automatic, you're going faster than 10 kilometers an hour. So that means you have to have your foot covering the brake to slow your car down at all times. Stay slow in the pit area. Watch out for the spectators and their kids and their pets. A good reminder to all racers, 10 kilometers an hour everywhere at Mission Raceway, including the return road. Please slow down. Attention in the pits, domestic class. You're called to the lanes. Domestic class, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Attention in the pits, domestic class. You've been called to the lanes. Yes, domestic class, you are called to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. That's a quick Supra. 110 at the 8th mile. At the end of the bleachers, doing 110 miles an hour. At the finish line, 143.22 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 1080. That's pretty cool. 125 miles an hour for the BMW, running 1270 in the spectator lane. As I say, are we running Outlaw? No, that's a Sport Compact still. 105 and 110 at the 8th mile, at the end of the bleachers for that pair. The finish line was 131 and 139 miles an hour, both cars in the 10s. Wow, that was a cool pair. 1992 Talon. Talon. Well, the Eagle with the wind light, 1329 at 123 miles an hour. That's moving along quite nicely. Yeah, 1430, spectator side of the racetrack. The speed was 100.72. Attention in the pits, domestic class. You've been called to the lanes. Domestic class, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And 10 kilometers an hour, please. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Well, the rear wheels in that Supra are spinning pretty good. 12:21 finish line, 114 miles an hour. Little Supra on this lane ran a 17-second pass. Send a little shout out to Vicky. Hey Vicky, hope you're having a great night. Hope you're listening online, hanging out with us. Always great to have you here in spirit. All right, pair of Chevy pickup trucks, a long box and a short box. Chris Anderson out of Bellevue, Alberta with the 83 C10 pickup truck in the Tower Lane. Gets to the finish line first with a 12:55 at 97 miles an hour. 12:91 for Jason, doing 110 on the spectator side of the track. Beautiful car, Tower Lane. 12:59 and 111 miles an hour for the old Chevy. 13:28, spectator lane, doing 101 miles an hour. $13.92 on the reader board, spectator pit side. And the pickup truck and the spectator side of the racetrack did not have a good run.
Yes, that'd be fabulous.
'Pickup truck had a whole half-second advantage on the start line. Didn't really need it, was quicker anyways, went 12:41 to a 12:70. 115 miles an hour, spectator side, 113 Tower Lane. $12.46, 105 miles an hour for the little S10, Tower Lane. Spectator lane gets the win light with a 12:41 to a 12:29. The slower car with the win. That's reaction time. Holshaw win for Richard Trimble. A Ford Maverick. Big old Chevy pickup. $12.60 for the win. $13.20 spectator side of the racetrack. The car in the Tower Lane was doing 111 miles an hour. Here's that quick Cadillac once again, racing against a very fast Camaro. This ought to be a good grudge match. What do you think, kids? Who's first, the black Camaro or the white Cadillac? Well, the Camaro was twice as quick in reaction time and faster as well, with an 11:74 to a 12.40 from the Cadillac. So, bow tie or blue oval? Well, the blue oval had the better reaction time. The bow tie's running away with it on the outside. Spectator side of the racetrack, the Corvette, 1250, 114 miles an hour. 1346 for the Mustang, doing 110. Now we got us a Ford Dodge matchup. The 08 Jeep SRT8. That's pretty cool. Way to go four-wheeling. 12:34, 109 miles an hour. The Mustang was 112 miles an hour at 12.29. Chevy SS Tower Lane. An old 67 Plymouth 440, spectator side of the racetrack. Well, not as pretty as the Chevelle, but faster. That's what really matters when you're drag racing. 12:23 for the Winlight, 113 miles an hour for the 67 Plymouth. 13:53 for the gorgeous SS Tower Lane. Weight to horsepower ratio, big old pickup trucks. Big diesel. Reaction time 0.04 for the big diesel. That's cool. Finish line 12.62 for the massive pickup truck, doing 104.75 for the win. Pickup truck in the other lane was just a little bit slower, 13.33. Mile per hour, pretty similar at 104.24. Monte Carlo taking on a big old Buick, roughly from the same age. Well, a 79 Monte Carlo Tower Lane, an 85 Buick Regal, spectator side of the track. Regal gets there first, 13.00 to a 14.13. So all racers racing tonight, it's time for you to turn your headlights on. So if you would race with headlights on, please. Nice looking pickup truck in the Tower Lane, but the vehicle in the spectator lane gets there first. Runs at 12:11 to the beautiful pickup truck's 14:17. Pair of Corvettes, a yellow one and a black one, so I'm going to pick the black one. We talked about this earlier. You get the yellow one. Looks like I'm in trouble. Your yellow Corvette beats my black one to the finish line. 11:54, 125 miles an hour. That's a quick Corvette. 113 miles an hour, spectator side of the racetrack for my losing 10.88. The 09 Challenger ran 12.95 at 109 miles an hour. The Camaro goes 15.52 at 90.22. Who's going to win this race, the Corvette or the Mustang? Dylan McKay, 2024 Corvette for the win, 1209, 115 miles an hour. The 2010 Ford ran 1570. Well, having to back the red car out of the water box, having a little issue with power, it seems. So we're going to give the 67 Fairlane, Tower Lane, an opportunity for a single pass. Nice sounding Fairlane up the track, 1263, 109 miles an hour. $14.72 for the win light, Tower Lane, or sorry, Spectator Lane, and $16.58 in the Tower Lane. Beautiful cars running up track. 1329 Tower Lane and 1305, which is quicker. Reaction time a full second higher. It's not how you drag race. Tower Lane for the win. Corvette and a Viper. You think the Viper's going to catch him? Wow, it was close. Went quicker, 1161. Reaction time was half as good as the other driver. So that's what got the win for the C8. 1188 for the win light. The Viper was 1161 at 128 miles an hour. The Corvette was 117 miles an hour. That was a cool matchup. '06 Chrysler 300. $13.30 Tower side, $13.44 Spectator side. So everybody, Cybertruck, what's the elapsed time? Let's do a top time guess on how quick the truck's going to run? I have no idea, so I'm going to put it out there at 12 seconds. Will he run faster than 12 or slower than 12? He's in the wrong gear. But other than that, he should run 12, right?
Scrolling through the list of options.
He's trying to find the race screen on the computer, I'm guessing. Launch mode. Rocket ship. Woo, he's moving pretty good. 60 foot, 1.88, the 8th mile at 99 miles an hour at 7:11. The finish line 11:17, so faster than 12 seconds. Wow, 118 miles an hour. That was very interesting. Dusty Rhodes goes 110 miles an hour with 1285 on the spectator side of the racetrack, but the Cybertruck 11:17, 118 miles an hour, 7:11 at the 8th at 99 miles an hour at the 8th mile. That was pretty cool. That sounded very nice. I didn't even want to talk while he was going up track. What a nice sounding car. 1176 by that Corvette. 125 miles an hour. Cool. At the 8th mile, slower than the Cybertruck. At 98 miles an hour at 784. That was cool too.
At that time, it was
Tower Lane with the win, 1328 to a 1512. 100.65 miles an hour into Tower Lane. Make sure you tell that racer that he's eligible for the 100 mile per hour sticker. Come see us in the tower. If your time slip shows 100 miles an hour, we've got a decal for you.
Neither 13, 15, or 8.
Hey, Rob, how you doing, buddy? Haven't seen you in a bit. I want to welcome all Mission neighbors to Mission Raceway. Pretty cool, buddy. Tower Lane, 13:04 at the finish line, 100.63 miles per hour. 1388 on the spectator side. Spectator side of the racetrack gets the win light with a 13:07 to a 13:52. Both vehicles over 100 miles an hour with the Tower Lane at 106. Spectator side of the racetrack doing 109.38. Win light 1227 on the spectator side of the racetrack. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The big bad outlaws to the lanes. Outlaw to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Outlaw to the lanes. Utah Mooney out of Coquitlam, 06 Ford Mustang. That's Tower Lane. Chrysler on the spectator side of the racetrack. Mooney gets the win light 14.03 at 103.31 miles per hour. Spectator side of the racetrack, 97.05 at 14.69. A little bit of track prep going on ahead of Outlaw coming up next. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. So, nice evening at Mission Raceway Park. You know what goes good on a nice evening like this? Some mini donuts. Maybe a hot chocolate. That would be delicious. Get a gourmet coffee, maybe a decaf at this point. But Sherry and Barry are here at BS Coffee underneath the pit side bleachers. Go visit Barry and Shelley, get some mini donuts for the kids. The concession stand is open. The pro shop is open. We're racing tomorrow night. We're racing next weekend, and we're back for another Friday Night Street Legals October 3rd for the final race of the season. So shout out to everybody here tonight. Thanks for hanging out with us at Mission Raceway Park. If you're listening from home, thanks for hanging out. Make sure to like and subscribe Lordco TV. Spectator side of the racetrack, tailgate party. You guys are looking great and definitely my favorite place to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. For all the kids here tonight, your parents are the best in the planet for bringing you to the racetrack. So make sure you say thank you to your parents and do your chores this weekend. Attention in the pits. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. All right, here comes your first pair of Outlaw. So tailgate party, spectator side of the racetrack, just to keep you informed, I've got 2 full lanes of Outlaw behind the tower. Lots of fast cars coming your way, get ready. Well, Outlaw class, we're going to open up 3 and 4 for you as well if you want to slide up a little bit, or if you're a little late to the party, we're going to open up lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for you. Like I said a moment ago, there's lots of Outlaws, which is good news. Zoom, zoom, here we go. Coming around the tower right now. Here comes your first pair of Outlaws. Black Porsche and the white Audi. Pretty good smoke show out of the Audi. I mean, it's not smoke, fire, and thunder weekend, but well, we'll take whatever we can get on a Friday night. Then City Audi, YouTube channel, Rider Performance, showing as sponsors for the 2018 Audi, Adam Blender. And the Porsche taking advantage of him on the start line by a 2-second advantage. Porsche ran 149 miles an hour at 9:52. Blender was quicker with the Audi doing 886 to 162, but reaction time gave the Porsche a whole shot win. At the finish line, spectator side of the racetrack turns on the win light with an 1195 at 114 miles an hour. 1182 was quicker for the Chevy 2 into Tower Lane at 112 miles an hour, but reaction time once again giving a whole shot win to the Challenger. Want to remind all racers, you should be racing with your headlights on, please. Cool truck, getting a little squirrely at half track there, getting off the power wisely. Was 1.5 to 60 foot. Tower Lane ran an 1104 at 124.04 miles an hour. Fully staged, here we go. Well, car catches him at half track, beats him to the finish line, goes 969 to the pickup, 1275. The Audi was 143 miles an hour. That's quick. Safety taking a little trip up top of the track to check things out, make sure everything's still good.
No water or anything there?
Well, we've been given the all clear to continue. Thanks for your patience, folks. I always want to make sure things are good to go. Currently running in Outlaw class. Quick cars running on slicks. Always nice to see the front wheels come off the ground. Finish line 11:14 for the pickup truck, doing 127 miles an hour. Nova was on a bit of a trouble pass. Nice wheel stand. Then cooled it down after that. Roberts Creek, Will's Mechanical Mustang. $131 miles an hour, 1027 for Will's Mechanical Mustang. Brian Kropp ran 123 miles an hour with an 11-11. Cool old school Dodge, Tower Lane. A 68 from Midnight Performance. $11:05 at the finish line. The 8th mile was a 6:76 at 104. Finish line, spectator side of the racetrack was 12:91. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, lane 6. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, lane 6. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, lane 6. Motorcycle, lane 6. And in 1 minute, Junior Street can make their way to lanes 5 and 6. Wow. 10:10, 108 miles an hour. Spectator side of the racetrack was 112 at the 8th mile with a 6:28. Tower Lane was 128 at the top end at 10.99 ET. Motorcycle lane 6. Motorcycle lane 6. A 2023 Corvette Tower Lane, Ross Walker, Robert McLean with an E-Ray from 2025 on the spectator side of the racetrack. The E-Ray seems to be taking the lead. 103 at half track to the 96 Tower Lane. Finish line 125 miles an hour for the E-Ray. The other Corvette 120 miles an hour. The quicker of the two, the E-Ray with a 1073. Attention in the pits, Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, final call for motorcycle. Final call. .1013, 131 miles an hour, turns on the wind light. 129 miles an hour, 12:54. Reaction time for Dorian way, way out in left field. Attention in the pits, Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. .01 second at 134.85 miles per hour in the Tower Lane. That's booking. 11:64 for Joel at 91 miles an hour at the finish line, spectator side of the racetrack. But slowing down a little bit because at the 8th mile, that car was doing 98 miles an hour with a 694. Here's that Roush Mustang. Nice sounding car. 8th mile, 101 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers with a 7:33 elapsed time. At the finish line in the quarter mile, the Roush Mustang goes 129.16 miles per hour. Man, that's moving. 11.13 seconds for elapsed time. Here's that nice sounding Hellcat. Out of 2023, Dodge with a 6.2 liter Rash Dollywall out of Langley, BC. Single pass, Tower Lane. Pops front wheels off the ground. Does a 1.40 60 foot. 8th mile at the end of the bleachers doing 117 miles an hour at 6.12 seconds. Finish line was a 9:47 elapsed time with a speed of 145.91 miles per hour. I think I see one motorcycle. This is the lowest count of motorcycle I think I've ever seen at the Friday Night Street Legals. 3 of them. That's wild. Well, if you're leaving for the night, thanks for coming. We'll see you again. One more Friday Night Street Legals at the start of October, October 3rd. Drag racing going on tomorrow night with the Somerset Series, Sunset Series. And then the Farmer Memorial next weekend. A whole weekend of bracket racing with Test and Tune on Friday night. Want to ask again, as you leave Mission Raceway Park, that you leave quietly, respectively, and don't be smoking your tires or racing across town. Law enforcement in Abbotsford and Maple Ridge and Mission all aware that we're done racing and that some people got the wrong message. The message is never horse around on the streets. Don't race around out there. Do it here at Mission Raceway, a sanctioned NHRA racetrack with an ambulance at the top of the track, no leading edges on the wall. So even when you're in trouble, you're not in as much trouble as you are on the street. I've heard of people racing out in the boonies, thinking they're getting away with it with nobody around. Anything happens out there, your help is an hour away. Here, typically, safety is rolling before the vehicle even comes to a stop. So thanks for racing with us at Mission Raceway Park. We're real proud of you. We're doing it again in October. So thanks for hanging out tonight. If you're leaving early, be safe. Take care. Bikes have been given the all clear. Here we go. Motorcycle. All right, tailgate party, get ready. Here comes a pair of bikes. We got 4 bikes, then we're heading into Junior Street. 1277 gets the win over the 1462. 07 Triumph.
Bike number
And here comes Martin on the spectator side of the racetrack with Pamela. Extended swing arm Hayabusa. .6 60-foot, 8th mile, 118 miles an hour at 6:55 for Martin. Finish line 9.77 at 152.7 miles an hour. There's that quick Harley Davidson again.
23 on the spectator side.
He ran 120 miles an hour all night long with this bike. This is a very cool motorcycle. .60-foot, 1.8. End of the bleachers, 100 miles an hour with a 743. And then at the finish line, the quarter mile, he ran 121 miles an hour, which is the quickest run so far tonight for the bike. Ran an 11:37. You got it. Sport Compact, we're looking for you in the staging lanes, lanes 1 and 2. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Here we go, Junior Street running to the 8th mile. Red light reaction time for the Acura, which would have disqualified Linden in a race. That Friday night street legals, we're just having fun. 11:17 to a 10:42. Both drivers over 60 miles an hour, a 64 and a 68 mile an hour pass for the Junior Street Racers. Jackson Dew, red light reaction time, disqualified in a race. Friday night, goes 63 miles an hour with a 1090. 1086 for the win for Jenna Monroe at 65 miles an hour. That was on the spectator side of the track. ...2007 Silverado, Zapstrat Racing, Josephine Smith from Abbotsford, BC. Tower Lane. Reaction time, .09. That's pretty good. It was 10:23 at the 8th, 57 miles an hour for Josephine. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact. You've been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Well, Taylor Smith, Tower Lane was red light by 0.04 of a second. That's about as close as you can get. Ran the 8th mile at 65 miles an hour with a 10:68. Up next, Sport Compact. Evo 9 Tower Lane. And I think that's a CRX, or a CRV, but man, does it sound wild. 97 miles an hour at the 8th mile with a 780. That thing's quick. And the Evo ran an 86 mile an hour pass, 8 seconds to the 8th. Here we go with Sport Compact, Paul Sidar and Ken Christensen. Ken and his Mustang instead of his motorcycle tonight. Well, that's starting to explain a few things. Paul Sidar, same story, not on his bike, but on his car. Well, if you're taking off for the night, thanks for hanging out with us at the Friday Night Street Legals. We've got one more race this year, October 3rd. We hope you can make it out for that one as well. Racing tomorrow night for the Sunset Series. And next weekend for the Farmer Memorial ET Finals, or the final race of the year. Tower Lane, 1347 at 106.38 miles an hour.
Daniel, car number for spectator lane.
Tower Lane gets the win light, 1336 to a 1436.
6 to 0.
'62 VW Bug. Sam Wood out of Mission, BC. Good old Mission. A 1060. 128 miles per hour for the V-Dub. Spectator lane ran a 15.03. Tower Lane with the wind light, 1294. Slower car, 1263 was quicker, but reaction time once again, a whole shot win for the Talon. $123 miles an hour for the win at 1172 for the Mitsubishi. Marcel over there in the spectator lane ran 110 miles an hour with a 1278. Nissan GTR. That sure sounds great, don't it? Goes 1071 at 133 miles an hour. That's pretty great. 1325. Spectator side of the racetrack doing 108.3 miles an hour across the traps. Our Dana Aaron out of Surrey with a 2017 Ford. Tower Lane. The Ford goes 1380, 103 miles per hour. Mitch McCartney ran 1643 at 83 miles an hour on the spectator side of the racetrack. The 04 Dodge SRT goes 1470 at 106 miles per hour. The Neon was having a little bit of a troubled pass in the Tower Lane. 1175 for the wind light. 1580 for Tower Lane. $14.22 for the win. Spectator side of the racetrack. $10.54 for the wind light, 133 miles an hour. Spectator side of the racetrack was a 12.52, 116. $12.35 for the wind light, Tower Lane, 112 miles per hour. 13.82 the elapsed time on the spectator side of the racetrack, doing 100.13. Well, if you get back to your pits and you're looking at your time slip and there's something not right with your number, that's because we can't read them from the tower. You guys got to make the numbers bold so we can read them from the tower without binoculars at night. So imagine that. So we have to be able to read the numbers from the tower. So if you get a description on your timesheet, you kind of own that one if we can't read your number. That's on you. 1085 was the quicker of the last pair, doing 141 miles an hour. That'd be the Supra. Spectator side of the racetrack, crosses first with a 12:49 at 110. Attention in the pits, domestic class. You're called to the lanes. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Attention in the pits, domestic class. This is your call to the lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class, you have been called to the lanes. $11.85 Tower Lane, 114.65 miles per hour. A 12:40 by the Talon at 119. Attention in the pits, domestic class. You've been called to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. $13.56, 107 miles per hour to Tower Lane. And $15.70 on the spectator side. Final Sport Compact, Tower Lane running away with it. 10:18 at 139 miles per hour. Slow one on the spectator side of the racetrack, just under 20 seconds. That's it for Sport Compact. Coming up next, domestic. Well, the big pickup truck getting there first, 14:47. Elapsed time to a 15:42. Here's that gorgeous old Dodge once again. Better reaction time for the Dodge. Goes 14:17 for the win. 14:91 for the Chevy. The big Dodge was doing 100.3 miles per hour. Gorgeous square body. Spectator side of the racetrack. Man, that's gorgeous. Oh, trouble for Kyle Murphy, Tower Lane. Oh, broken axle with the body, with the wheel hanging out of the bodywork. So that's going to take a minute to clean up, folks. So we're going to have a little break while we help this guy get that broken truck off the racetrack. Unfortunate. Great time to grab some mini donuts. Just saying. So, folks, we're going to have a little break right now as we get this truck taken care of. We do appreciate you being here with us tonight, but if you are leaving at this time, we ask again, please leave very, very quietly. Don't be racing away from the track. That would be awesome. Back to racing as quick as we can. And for the driver of that truck, now that you're out of the truck, if you're not familiar with Enrico's rear differentials here in Mission, he is the person you want to talk to about this little problem. And he'll fix you up so it never happens again. Enrico Differentials here in Mission for all your driveline needs. Well, the good news is there's no fluid on the track, so that's good. So once we get the truck loaded, we'll get back to racing. Thanks for your patience, everybody. We're not done yet. Well, the truck's loaded up on the flat deck, and it looks like we're maybe about 5 minutes away from racing. So if you're away from your vehicle, you want to make your way to your vehicle, we're going to be underway shortly. Thanks for your patience, everyone.
Sorry.
Zoom, zoom, back on. Here we go. Calling the cars back into the water box. Well, big shout out to safety crew, start line crew. Good job. Hard work. We really appreciate it. And here we go, back to racing. $13.80 at 98 miles an hour for the pickup truck for the win. $12.01, 111 miles an hour for the 85 Regal, getting there first. Chevy, Tower Lane, Ford, spectator side. Well, the Chevy gets away first, but the Ford chases him down, gets the win light at 13.19, 106.89 miles per hour. 14.16 the elapsed time into Tower Lane. $12.97 for the win light. Tower Lane, 100 miles per hour. 14.38 on the spectator side of the track. Close matchup. 12:20 for the win. 12:18 in the other lane.
What's Tower's number?
$12.61 for the win. 111 miles an hour. Spectator side of the track. $11.77 out of the Corvette at 117 miles an hour in the Tower Lane. Ken Ritchie ran 12:15, 110 with the Blazer. $12.72 for the Winlight, 108 miles per hour for the 83 C10. Cool truck. $12.93. Tower Lane, 108 miles an hour for the Winlight. 106 miles an hour, spectator side of the track, running 13:57. $13.50 for the win, 101 miles per hour. Here's our Cybertruck again. It ran quicker than 12 seconds. I guessed, because I'd never seen one before, that it would run 12, and I asked everybody to say quicker or slower. And it was, in fact, quicker. .660 foot, 4.3 to the 330, 98 miles an hour at the 8th mile with a 684 for the Cybertruck. 1092 at the top end at 118 miles an hour. That's pretty cool. 1297 at 103 Tower Lane. A 24 C8. Eighth mile, 93 miles an hour with a 787 top end, 1205 at 117. Spectator side of the racetrack ran a 1452. We talked about which color you like the best of the Corvettes tonight. We discussed how we used to like yellow but don't like it anymore. Backstory. So I'm going to go for the white Corvette. You guys get the yellow one. That's just the way it works. Oh, maybe I need to backtrack a little bit. And your yellow car gets the win. 11:52 at 125 miles per hour. 12:54 for the white Corvette. Doing 114 in the tower lane. $12.52, 104 miles per hour, gets there first. 12:48 is quicker, but reaction time a full second slower doesn't help the Mustang for the win. No, the slower car getting the win, whole shot. Spectator side of the racetrack with the win, 13:43, 99.21.
For Outlaw.
13.4 seconds, 99.47 miles an hour. Good enough for the win light.
524.
So how fast is a Dodge Viper to the quarter mile? 1188, 127 miles per hour. If anybody's asking at work Monday, you've got the answer. 1188 at 127 for the Viper. That's cool. 112 miles an hour at 1218 for an elapsed time into Tower Lane. $12.35 for the win for Corey, 116 miles an hour. $12.48 at 108.8 spectator side. '17 Mustang, Hell Coyote calls it, 1124, 124.86 miles an hour, turns on the win. 120 miles an hour with a 12:25 elapsed time, Tower Lane. An old Dodge racing a newer Chevy. The new Chevy goes 1332 for the win light, 103 miles per hour. The old Dodge just shy of 90 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 14.84. A 106 miles an hour at 14.03 for the big pickup truck, Tower Lane. 1266 at 120, spectator side. Attention in the pits, Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2.
You're still in domestic. They're calling Outlaw for lanes. So it's
Attention in the pits, Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2. And motorcycle, in about 2 minutes, you can make your way to lane 6. Attention in the pits, Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2. Well, I'm liking the Ford Explorer recently, and here's an opportunity for me to choose between my Ford Explorer or my 25 Corvette. Oh, he's got the brakes on, so probably with a passenger, so it looks like I'm buying a Ford Explorer. Good thing there's a new Ford dealership in town. Attention in the pits, Outlaw. You've been called to lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle, lane 6. Attention in the pits, motorcycle, lane 6. And standby call for Junior Street. Nice sounding Mustang. 8th mile at 96 miles an hour with a 767. Top end 1170 at 123.25 miles per hour.
I also would have done it. It's a,
Just a little track prep ahead of Outlaws coming out in a moment. Attention in the pits, Junior Street. This is your call to the lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle, you should be in the lanes already. Here comes your first pair of Outlaws. '72 Malibu and a 2014 Mustang. .948, 137 miles an hour. The Roush Mustang seems to be having a little bit of issues on the start line. Oh, hopefully he didn't hurt it too bad. That's a gorgeous car. The Charger gets there first, 10:25, 140 miles per hour. Challenger was 112 miles an hour with a 12:91. Well, running to about 300 feet and then seemed to give up on the run. Still in Outlaw with a Hellcat coming up. A very fast car, and it sounds so quiet. A little bit of a sleeper, Rash Dollywall. So many brilliant colors in the new cars nowadays. This is a gorgeous green. It'd be pretty hard to choose. I'd probably go out and buy a white one. So boring. Yeah, front wheels off the ground. Love that. 60 foot, 1.4 seconds. 8th mile, 117 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers with a 611. Wow, that's cooking. 943 at the top end, 146.91 miles per hour. Wow.
Last pair of Outlaws on the line going into motorcycle. This first one is going to be a light pass.
Quick Mustang. A 1.4, 60 foot. 8th mile was 98 miles an hour with a 667. Uncle John's truck runs a 666 to the 8th. 1171 for the win light. And Sport Compact, lanes 1 through 4. Attention in the pit, Sport Compact, lanes 1 through 4. Martin on a licensing pass with Pamela. Ooh, hunkered down good on that one. 60 foot of 1.7, reaction time 0.19. 8th mile, 109 miles an hour with the 674. Goes 1036 at 133. Yes, 12:43, 116 miles an hour, spectator side of the racetrack. Running Junior Street, Jackson Dew, sponsored by JBS Equipment and Grandpa. That's cool. Ran at 1090 at 63 miles an hour. In the TCS lane, we saw a pass of 1124 at 64 miles an hour. $991 for Josephine Smith. Jenna Monroe ran 1084.
Is it just him? I think it's just the single, yeah.
1691 beats in a 1684 because of a red light reaction time and Miss Monroe.
He's not
1272 at 104.90. Attention in pits, domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you're called to the lanes. That is a very quick car, 130 miles an hour, 11:43 the elapsed time. Attention in the pits, domestic class, you've been called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. $11.64, 117 miles an hour gets the win light. Tower lane, 113 miles an hour with a 12:15. $13.25 at 119 miles an hour, getting it done for the Talon. 16:37, Tower lane. That Nissan sounds amazing. 137 miles an hour to the top end, 10:47 for elapsed time. That's moving. 14:11, Tower lane doing 99.01. Oh, Camaro walking away with this one. 12:05 beating a 13:37. Camaro was doing 122.38 across the stripe. At the stripe, the Corvette first, 1297. To a 1329 Tower lane. 1264. Spectator side of the racetrack. 1354 in the Tower Lane. A 110 miles an hour across the finish line with a 1240 for the win. 1449 on the spectator side of the racetrack. Fun drag race. The S10 doing 123 miles an hour with a 1085 at the top end. And the Regal went 110 miles an hour at 1209. $11.96 for the win. Pickup truck was on the start line for 5 full seconds before he took off, but then he ran a 13:52 at 110 with the big truck. Cool old school taking on new cool school. Pair of bow ties. Pretty close to each other at the top end. 1224 beats a 1226. The margin of victory was just 1/100th of a second. Spectator side of the racetrack gets the win light with a 1254 at 104. 1329 Tower Lane also at 104. $11.60 at 124 miles an hour. Spectator side of the racetrack. $13.96 Tower Lane. $12.83 for the win. 104 miles per hour. $14.40, 93 miles an hour, spectator side of the racetrack.
For me? Oh.
1234 Tower Lane. Turns on the win. 1367 was posted on the spectator side of the racetrack. Well, everybody, that's it for tonight. We're going to close the lanes. We appreciate you all coming out tonight, and we hope you come back tomorrow because there's a big, big race tomorrow night. Real fast cars. And a big bracket weekend next weekend, plus October 3rd for the final Friday Night Street Legals. And I just discovered a short while ago that you're also having a race West Coast Outlaw Shootout on September 27th and 28th. So lots of races still coming. Get a schedule online. Don't miss any of it. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. We really appreciate it. And all the staff at Mission Raceway Park, good job tonight. Really appreciate all your efforts. And Rock and all the folks in the tower saying we'll call you later. Take care, everybody.